Hello. Oh, is it picking up the game? I'm also cut off. There we go. Let me remedy that. I've been chopped in half. Let's see. Graphics. There we go. Okay. Last time we left off, we met Iris. If I seem a little more airheaded than usual, it's because I'm melting in my room. It is, what is it? 85 Fahrenheit, which I'm assuming is around 30 Celsius in my room right now. But we'll just go continue. I was expecting this week to be hectic because my flight is Saturday, but fucking Christ. It's a lot of stuff to prepare. Okay, 19th of February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. I already don't remember what voice I gave Greg. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation.
Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Okay. Can we talk to him? Nothing we haven't already asked. So we'll just show him the coin. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What?
Is this how you're gonna... Is what you're gonna do every time? A bald redeem? Thank you for the bald head pats. Hello, Wrestler. From her ladyship? Oh, is she royalty? It's a ritual now. It brings good luck. I don't know. A bald head pat a stream keeps something away.
For me, from her ladyship.
Her ladyship?
Give that here, at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? I'm assuming maybe Iris has this thing where like people who have a coin from her can like exchange it for a gadget or something. I'm not sure. Because there has to be a reason he wants it. What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is.
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time.
Oh, no, never mind. This is basically his royalty fee for appearing in the book.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding
is it mustached? Mustached Japanese fellow.
He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look.
Oh. Oh, is he the one with the broken bicycle, maybe?
On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up.
That is nearby indeed.
I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garrideb. Right, well, you see her again. You make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector. We will.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
Well, at least you told us what we wanted to know before you left.
Yes. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
Okay, is it move? Yes, move. New location's been added. I wonder what his room looks like. Oh. What? There's a cannon in the corner, and draped over the cannon is an apron? He's got some very peculiar tastes, I'll give him that. Oh! May I help you? Oh, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb?
Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling?
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am...
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here.
Her cheeks are so bouncy, I just want to jiggle them a little bit.
We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client.
I had a little burn on my finger, and it still scars, like there's a little bump and it's still there.
One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garrideb.
Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid.
I know, as I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete.
Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you now. This way.
Oh, wow. First of all, what's this? That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here?
Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing. Ah, that's little more than a toy.
Sorry?
The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house.
He's stirring the tea with his pipe? Okay. He's so British, he has to huff tea as well. Really? It isn't overkill?
Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrideb?
Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see.
Oh, that's hers. Okay.
They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel.
It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. That's like my household, but with a dishwasher. The dishwasher has been reduced to a drying rack. It's quite sad, actually. They even like went so far ahead as to like replace the dishwasher when we moved to like a newer one, and like they still just use it as a drying rack. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it?
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
That old thing? Ha! Not much better than rags, really.
Oh?
wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. Me would have gladly thrown it out, but you know what it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it?
Oh, I see.
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Okay. That... It's bothering me that this sword is like slightly tilted. Like, I think the bottom half of it is supposed to be up on that hook, but it's not, and it's bothering me. Okay, I'm assuming... Do these go in the cannon? I guess they evolved from cannonballs to this? Are those motor shells? Oh, that's what those are. They're enormous.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here?
Ah, those old things. Couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of colorful regiment folklore, that incident.
You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells?
Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron after all, usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you?
He sounds like a hoarder. Useful for what exactly?
Yes, well...
Does he use it to hold his tea leaves or something?
Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting.
Oh no.
I hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know.
Maybe reconsider throwing them away. Damn. Oh my god. I hate the fact that everything is crooked. Oh my god.
That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner.
Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although, it bothers me that it's not straight. Thank you! Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, it does bother me. Why? Hold on, I gotta reset my tracking. Why? Why do you do that? Why? Why is it not straight? Maybe Joan just doesn't give a shit.
What? That old thing?
Sorry?
I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way.
So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose.
There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation."
Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles.
Okay. It's got lions, paintings. And that portrait of Mr. Garrett is glaring at me, I swear.
Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrett as well?
Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Ah, yes, seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket.
It seemed to come back? What do you mean?
Ah, the chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing.
He did black magic. I went in and I spent money. Hello, Gamerland. It's nice to see you. How are you doing?
In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need.
Did he buy the cannon from there as well?
The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to the requirements.
Susanna-san doesn't pull her punches. Or her throws, for that matter. Okay.
Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely.
I think it was to cover up the fact that there's this giant ink stain on the floor. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Okay, what's this on the floor? Okay, I can't look at it. Books? I noticed you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrett. Do you enjoy reading?
Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of Rant's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrett enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too.
The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Alright, I think we need to shuffle over now. Ooh, wait. Why is this a mess? What happened? Why is nothing straight? Why is everything broken? I just realized I looked over here. Oh dear. Oh Jesus. Hello, Bayo.
Oh, look. What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
Lined up? It looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Oh, thank you for the egg.
Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrett's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea.
That sounds delightful.
Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garrett doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up.
And where does she put them away? Into her mouth? How magnanimous of you. She's so kind to not waste the leftovers by purposely putting 10 cakes on the platter. Also, there's one of the candles missing. Like, if anybody had like... If anyone had any likeness towards cleaning, this would be like your nightmare.
This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say?
Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason.
That old thing, yes. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery gimcrack, really.
Oh.
Used it when I was studying, don't you know, for my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, still has its uses sometimes.
Of course.
I was wondering, when did sugar become that cheap? I don't know. That you can have 10 cakes. Yeah, I'm not sure what time period sugar became, like, cheap enough for... But the thing again, I think this guy's somewhat rich because he has his own maid, so I'm assuming he's like, I don't know, I guess he's rich enough to have that many cakes. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it?
They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories.
Okay, what is with this broken wall? Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it?
Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces.
It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice.
Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it.
Yes, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. I wouldn't be surprised. I was trying to figure out what his wallpaper reminded me of, and I have come to the conclusion of a watermelon. Looks like the outside of a watermelon rind. 1700s, 1800s? Is that really when sugar became cheap?
This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked.
Oh, yes. I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene.
The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly.
Does this thing open at all, I wonder?
I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir.
Sorry?
As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you.
Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. I sometimes do that. Sometimes I crack open the window a little bit in the middle of winter. I think I've examined everything. I was thinking all of my sugar comes from sugar beets and no sugar cane. Google tells me sugar from sugar canes has sweeter aftertaste and a more fruity aroma. Really? I don't know what kind of sugar I consume. Like, I don't know where it comes from. I wonder if I click on this, will it be his cane or just him? Let's try the maid first. Oh, I guess it's both of them then.
Good day to you. John Garrett at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs.
You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Garrett, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
I mean, from the looks of it looks like he earned a participation medal.
Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch it! Oh! Dash it all, woman, be careful!
She did that on purpose.
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it, living the quiet life now.
So anytime she doesn't want to do something, she just overfills his cup. Yes, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
Even had some famous detective poking around, you know. This old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
No, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so
Maybe that's Joan's stuff.
Eh? No,
No, that's definitely his.
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Sosuke-san's room.
It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
My mistake, I use cane sugar exclusively. That's because that's what they sell at Costco. Yeah. Sometimes I buy like the big bags of sugar from Costco. I would like artillery cannon in my house. I would point it at the front door. Would you rig it? Do it Home Alone style. Someone opens the door, they get blasted. Okay, about Mr. Natsume.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Gyarados. Please do tell us.
Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then.
I've had 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. First floor room became available a week ago. You see, they've been down! Dash it all, Joan, do be careful. Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
Oh, you're the shady one. What are you hiding?
Well, why?
He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweatshirt brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to choose something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Bruh. The way her eyes lit up, oh my god.
Yes, oh yes, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us. Okay. Put a sign, thieves, ye be warned, this household is heavily armed. Very much similar to trespassers will be shot on sight. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? What is the maid up to?
Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchid.
Orchard? Orchard. I think orchard. It's because my brain keeps thinking of orchid, which is a k, and then there's orchard, which is a ch. Anyways.
Could you elaborate?
Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call.
Oh my god, he spends all day reading and he's always alone. He's shady. Oh my god, that means I'm shady. Reads books all day and doesn't leave the house and doesn't have friends.
He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light that big ass fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Well, assuming that a week ago is when he arrived to Britain, it could be said that like he's still trying to adjust to the time difference, you know? Ah.
Could you clarify something, I wonder?
What pray?
Oh god, hello honey.
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine?
Oh!
I'd understood that neither of the lodges live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level.
This is so strange. Is this how it used to be? Because like, I consider the first floor the ground floor. Like, I consider that one. Although, I guess that's why sometimes in, yeah, okay. Because I think sometimes in some buildings they have ground floor and they go 1, 2, and yeah. I still think it's weird though. Like, why can't we call the first floor the ground floor, you know?
Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? And the precious times that they come back. Oh, the precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
She is acting sus.
Ah! Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Also, I can't unsee this little, like, tuft of hair peeking out. Like, I can't unsee it as, like, a little mustache on her forehead. It looks like a little mustache on the top of her head, and I can't unsee it, and it's so funny. Something doesn't add up here. Okay, incident 2 days ago. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time?
The window?
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. Oh, hello. I don't know, how should I refer to you? I'm assuming CPT stands for captain or something, but I'm gonna go with Quick Nicken. Hello, Quick Nicken. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well as well.
The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrett household.
Oh, that's quite early. Although, I suppose if you go to bed at 9 o'clock, it's not that early. Shiny hunting on Pokemon. Ooh, good luck with that.
So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well...
Yes? Was there something then?
Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time it... For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing!
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman.
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Mr. Narrow Hollow. Yes, that is definitely how you pronounce his name. Hoping to get a shiny soon. Are you, Cause, the few people I know that play Pokemon, they, like, try to catch everything. Do you try to catch shinies of everything as well? Oh. Yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. I can't believe this man's legs are not, like... I can't believe, like, the skin is not peeling off his legs right now. Oh, really? Mr. Garrett? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Ah! Joan, dash it all, what is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quite uneventful meal, Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garrett. Who is the employee and who is the employer here? What's the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what?
I wish I knew. I'm assuming it has to do with why the wall is a mess and, like, there's a screen here. Okay, Mr. Natsume's room. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly, just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak.
Yes, told me Nats his name has asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsme has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services.
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean.
Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case. But we have to try. One thing I'm confused about is, why did he decide to live on the top floor? His knee is supposedly, like, he's essentially, like, his knee was, like, shot in the war, supposedly. Probably is. Pray tell, why does he choose to continue living on the 3rd floor where he has to go up 2 flights of stairs? Why doesn't he just choose to live on the ground floor? Maybe the ground floor doesn't look as nice, but like, I don't know. He could probably renovate it to look as nice as this floor. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
Okay. Peace out, losers. There's a cat! Oh, there's a cat! Can I pet the kitty, please? Been doing some research. I think potato cannons are illegal in my city. The actual cannons are illegal. But actual cannons are legal. So you're telling me you can fire a cannonball, but you can't fire a potato? That's so sad. That sounds like such a chaotic way to make mashed potatoes. Like, forget a riser, forget just mashing it with like a fork or something. Shoot your potatoes out of a cannon to mash them. Oh, that's right. Didn't because the author he shares the same name with wrote some book about I don't know, I just remember cat was in the title, so maybe that's why he has a cat, but like, ooh, it's so cute. And it's like calico, it's one of my favorite patterns. What? Just look at this place. I don't know how he finds anything in here, but you know what? I can respect his organized, disorganized mess. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Why is the window bricked up? Although I guess I can see now why he doesn't want to, like, why the Gyarados doesn't want to move to the other floors, because compared to the 3rd floor, this, like, even if this room was well kept, it's quite sad. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. Do you guys ever, I don't know, every time I buy a new book, I like that book smell. I don't know. I like that new book smell.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life.
No, me neither.
It's so dark in here too.
I'm so worried. Like, one tip of that candle and like everything would be up in flames. Like one little oops, and then this entire mountain of books would be engulfed.
Is that the window over there?
Oh yeah. Kinder Surprise is illegal in the US, but guns are allowed everywhere. Yeah, I find that so funny. Because like the little caps. I don't remember. Did they have the capsules? Because normally there's like the chocolate shell, right? And then you have the little capsule inside, and then inside the capsule is the toy. I don't quite remember why they're illegal there. I think it's because like kids were like swallowing the toys, but I can't remember if they were like swallowing the capsules as well. They're lost though because Kinder is delicious. My favorite are the Kinder Bueno bars. I could eat so many of those. Lobbies for guns, nobody lobbies for potato cannons. Not even the potato lobby. I kind of want one now. It just sounds, it's so unnecessary, but it just sounds so cool to brag about. Like, yeah, I got a potato cannon just out in the back there. Sometimes I shoot up some potatoes on the weekends. Well, it was the window, I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. Okay, so it used to be open, but they closed it up. Why? So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
I'm gonna like look over and he's gonna be like somewhere random, like on top of like a book pile or something. No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrett told us, a great detective should be around here somewhere, investigating. Okay, examine? Oh, okay, yeah, I can probably look over. Sholmes will probably be there. I don't care, I want to look at the cat. Hello, puppy! A meow to you too. Oh no!
Oh my, what an adorable little cat! And perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as flash.
It was a tricolor Mickey, wasn't it?
Or is it Mickey? I don't know.
Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
Damn, has it only been 2 days and all of that stuff has already happened?
Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck for him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Okay. What is he reading or writing?
And that desk seemed to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountain of books on either side.
I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tombs. Not tombs, tomes. God, it would be so much more creepier if they were tombs. Surely he dreamt of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, wasn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books.
Oh, yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, the date of purchase. Ah, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack.
Wow, what's with the rock?
He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
Are you trying to knock over the books? Or maybe that was a misclick. Accidental discharge from the mouse cannon. Could you even call this a window?
I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now.
So, really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Oh, perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy.
Ugh, that's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive.
It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying.
Kitty, where did you go?
Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
Oh, so reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, and just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Okay, I'm going to glance over to the side and Sholmes will probably be there. Oh, there he is!
Oh, look, Mr. Naruhodo!
Aha! There he is. Where did he appear from?
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Beria.
Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see, what happened on that voyage?
It was Kazuma Soki. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us.
Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh.
Well, you seem to remember something of it at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato.
Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes.
I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter no more than 30 minutes.
So they apprehended Sosuke-san in that short an amount of time.
I'm afraid the pursuit of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little.
A little?
It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of imitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet.
Please, there's no need to quote yourself.
I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully.
It means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. Murky Room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Okay.
Mr. Natsume's arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Sosuke Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road.
Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance.
I assure you I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair you are
of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your astute compatriot of crime. Well, that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsme is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived in believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no.
Oh dear.
And Mr. Garrett, the landlord. Ah, tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrett. A retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services.
It was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
Also, heads up, we have ads in like 5 minutes. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garridib. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I'm as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. Okay, the dingy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Mr. Natsme has stabbed no one.
Ah, but sooner or later, as I said.
Well, I don't believe that's the issue here.
About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. That's a thing? Window tax? What is that?
Surely, not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness.
That's a thing? Until
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see. It's in squalid lodgings such as these, for example.
I suppose Mr. Natsme's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps.
It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
Apparently Mr. Natsme only moved in here about 1 week ago.
Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation.
Oh?
Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of any further attention.
Are you sure? I'm curious now.
Well, I believe I've told you all I can now.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, Mr. NekoKeno. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law?
You remembered that, did you?
Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder, to the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it?
I'm not sure.
Not sure? On what grounds?
Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday.
Really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too.
The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence?
Yes, trust.
Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsme didn't do it, did he?
My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea.
Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate?
Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them.
Oh, I see.
Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something.
Mr. Garrett is. Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he?
Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. NekoKeno, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing. That could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrett's secret.
Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. NekoKeno.
A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Is he just straight up gone? Oh no, he's still there. Okay. Okay, we're going to run the ads now. Those are going to be 3 minutes, and then we'll continue. I guess I have to just go back to the landlord and talk to him. I'm not sure. But I'll go run the ads. I'll see you in a bit. I'll probably go take a bathroom break while we're at it. I'm back. We still have 2 minutes left. I thought I would be dying in my room, but you know what? Now that I've cooled down a bit, it's not too bad. I think if I were to step outside, though, I would evaporate. Okay, I bought pastries earlier, and I'm gonna eat one, because I'm hungry. There you go. That wasn't so bad. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it is about them, but I like winter melon pastries. Specifically the ones they call like what is it? The wife cakes? Those are good. Yeah, these ones are just not as good. Because I picked up a pack from the supermarket. This is sad. Because these just aren't as chewy as I would like. Okay, we got like 20 seconds left. I should have just gone to like a proper bakery and bought them. Okay, welcome back. Time to go back to the landlord. Is he still here? Ah, there he is.
Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Ah, yes, rings a vague bell, though that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan.
She's gonna burn him again.
Now then, why don't you tell me what— Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bully well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We're deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. You don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Why? Well, like, that's what he's hiding. Can I talk to him? Okay, can't ask them. I think this is still the same dialogue. Yeah, okay. Okay, where do I go? What if we go back to Sholmes' suite? No? Oh, there's Iris! I don't think I ever looked at this side of the room. She's so cute, typing away on her little thing. I can't remember what I've looked at and what I haven't looked at. Oopsies. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Ah, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called the violin, isn't it?
Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing.
Oh, really?
That's right. I just sort of slipped that in.
You did what, Iris?
I didn't really give it a lot of thought, and just started adding it into the stories. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' exceptional violin playing has been mentioned a number of times. But the truth is, Hurley has barely touched the violin in his life up to that point. Oh. Of course, people started asking him to play for them after my stories were published. And he wasn't able to tell them that he didn't know how. What did he do? He went straight to the pawn shop and bought himself a very nice violin. And then he practiced. He practiced until his fingers very nearly dropped off.
Must be why he's so highly strung.
And before I knew it, he'd become rather good. The greatness of the great detective really shone with that experience, I think.
It was a great deception, that's for sure. I think that's why everything changes, because Iris is here now, and so she has like input to stuff. Let me just reset my model quickly. She's not looking the right way. Alright. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine?
Well, that's the great analytoscope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet.
Oh. Why not?
Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him, I don't actually have anything I need to analyze.
Oh dear.
How about you, Bruno? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze?
The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. Maybe I get to use that later. And all these chemicals? No? Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him once. There are all sorts of these shelves. Oh, there's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
Well, I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on those shelves.
Good advice.
He wanted to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get it out. So he went and bought a new copy instead.
Oh my god, that sounds like him. Oh, hello, Roderick. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. You're playing Valorant. Ooh, how was that? I'm not too much of a fan of like competitive shooters, but did you have lots of fun? Do you play ranked? A dirty lie Streamlabs is. What? What's dirty lie? Oh, were you not playing Valorant? Thank you for the follow, Lucky. I did. I was playing Dave the Diver. Ah. Oh, I've been wanting to play that. How was that? Because I think I added it to my wish list. I haven't seen really any playthroughs of it. It's so good? Okay. Maybe during the sale. Maybe. Maybe I'll pick it up. Oh goodness, lots of people here. Behold, Lord Roderick has graced you with all his god emperors. And thank you. I'm so blessed. 100% worth it? Okay. You know, one of the things that scares me is the ocean. So, we'll see. Because what is it? You go and, I'm assuming you go and you, like, collect fish or something like that to, like, make sushi out of. But because of the angle of it, it's not so bad at all. Oh, okay. But yeah, I think it was, like, overwhelmingly positive on Steam from what I last remember. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. It's so relaxing.
We can't relax, not when there are so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. No, it's just as it was described in the stories.
It is? Also, thank you for the follow, servant. Servant of Lord Roderick. Played a few games of ranked. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I could only play if I was like playing with friends. Otherwise, I could not play by myself with like a bunch of like strangers.
Yes, exactly. Inside that Persian slipper, for example.
All my chocolates for 11sies. 11sies, is that what you said?
And transfixed by that large jackknife.
Is my shopping list for the market.
Oh, it's not quite how I remembered it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes.
Or Susada-san. She looks crushed. I'm in silver, so they're just AI for all I'm concerned. Ah, okay. Where is silver? I don't remember how the rankings go. I just know that I think like platinum's like the top one. But yeah, I think I watch my friends play Valorant occasionally, and I think they're around that rank as well. Okay, what else do we have? We have tea. Looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous.
The pot calling the kettle black. How did you come to that conclusion?
Ooh, that chest. Contains some of my most valuable things.
And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. It's iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, ascendant, immortal, then radiant. Oh wow, that is many ranks. I wonder how much time you would have to spend to like get to the top. Quite a lot, I imagine. I am good, I shall be spared from the god. Thank you for sparing me. I praise your magnanimous decision to spare me, thank you. Depends on the player and time. Yeah, that's true. I know there are like professional teams.
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. Huh, what an entrancing collection.
This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament.
Oh, those are all mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases.
Really? Even the bust?
Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust.
What? The poor, defenseless emperor. Mr. Sholmes destroys it?
Yes, and then he buys a new one.
You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor.
Huh, how entrancingly bohemian of him.
Honestly, if I was rich too, I would buy stuff to smash. I do 2 to 3 ranked games to call it a day. I just try to practice good habits and build upon that. Yes. Always good to set a limit for yourself so you don't overdo it. Okay, what is this? Oh no, this is, what is it? Velocity equals epsilon, whatever, I don't remember math anymore.
Oh, that's my blackboard where I note down ideas.
Black Peter? What does that mean?
Oh, how intriguing. It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my, I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us.
Susato-san looks like an angel, and I bet she's dreaming of the most grisly crime you could imagine.
It's a case that Hurley solved just recently. A black cat named Peter went missing in the neighborhood. Hurley tracked it down at the fishmonger's in the end.
Have a wonderful night. I'm gonna go watch Bluey. Ooh! I haven't watched Bluey, but I've been told it's really good. Have fun with that. Thank you for the raid again. I hope you have a good night. Also, hello, Gold. Welcome. It's so cute. I have a friend who likes it a lot. I even went so far as to like look up a crochet pattern to see how difficult it would be to make Bluey. The top 500 have forgotten what grass looks and feels like. The sun no longer warms their skin as fluorescent lighting has replaced their source of vitamin D. Yeah, there's just like a bottle of multivitamins sitting on their table.
Well, I can't wait for the story to be published.
That's so cute. What's this? What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged.
It's a favorite pastime of mine. A cup of herbal tea in the afternoon.
Tea? Made of herbs?
That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden so I can experiment with different blends. One moment, don't go away. I'll brew a pot of the special blend I came up with earlier today.
She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. One of like the little dreams I had as a kid was having a really nice tea set. Although I don't know where I would get them. That's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles too. I bet it's all like medicine or something.
Oh yes, but don't touch any of those.
Are they poison?
They might explode.
Explode?
Are they exotic chemicals? Did you use them for exciting experiments?
Yes, indeed. And as Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science.
Oh wow, if chemistry was introduced to me as that in high school, I would have been so much more interested. Sorry?
I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world.
Or perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. Am I part British or something? Well, Iris is British. You have a fleeting suspicion that those knickknacks are in desperate need of dusting? Probably. Especially if they open the windows as well. Is that a little horse? My goodness. Oh, since I wanted a tea set? I don't know, I just like collecting shiny, pretty objects. It gives me the happy chemicals, you know? I would settle for just like a nice teacup as well. What on earth is that big black lump over there? Oh, that's the typewriter. That is very big.
Ah, that's a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly, too.
Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting.
Wait, Iris, are all the stories from the adventures of Herlock Sholmes?
Yes, everyone typed on this trusty machine.
Oh my goodness. How wonderful.
Susato-san looks like she's been shown into the Tokyo Imperial Palace Gardens. Wonder what it's like to write on a typewriter. Considering I like the clickety-clacks, I think I would enjoy it. I guess this is to talk to her? Yeah. Iris is hard at work at her desk, too. She's tapping away on her typewriter so fast her fingers are a blur.
Sorry, I can't stop. I have to meet the deadline for the next issue.
Oh, I see. You must be very busy then.
Don't disturb her, Mr. Naruhodo.
I won't, so you can lower your arms now, please. Huh. That paper looks like it's shaped like a duck. Okay, I think I've looked at everything here. Pretty much, yes, okay. Alright, where can I go to now? All work and no play makes Jane a dull girl. Where's that from? That sounds familiar, but I don't recall. Okay, can I go talk to Natsume? I forget how depressing this prison looks until I come back to see it.
It seems that we can't meet with Mr. Natsume at the moment.
Oh.
He's being briefed about his appearance in court tomorrow, apparently.
I see. Yes, the trial's only a day away. Alright then, let's come back later.
Yes.
Really hope he's not answering any more questions with inappropriate textbook answers like, yes, I do. That sounds like such a terrible tactic. Like if you don't speak the language, to just say yes to everything. Okay, maybe there's something in the road. Doesn't seem like it. No, maybe I just have to go back. I think I have to go back. What if we go to Natsume's room? Does Sholmes have something to say to me? Oh, he's not here! Huh. Maybe if I go back to here, something will be different. No. Wait. I see him in the corner. I love finding him in like awkward positions. It's so funny. Servant of Lord Roderick, do you write poetry by any chance? You sound very poetic at times. Ah. What's he doing over there?
Mr. Sholmes?
He's trying to get a good view.
We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, why did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes, sir, at your service.
Whatever you were doing over by the window. You dabble? Well, from the little I've read, it seems like you're quite talented at it.
I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up there.
Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering.
And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, me?
I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind.
Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Oh my god, are we doing another dance?
You mean, Mr. Sholmes?
There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo.
I think so.
There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garrett, it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements.
I beg your pardon.
The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. He doesn't mean the cat, does he?
Eh?
And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you.
Mr. Naruhodo, look!
The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly?
How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Alright, topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. And thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Is he looking at the lion? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue.
Yes, because this man can afford a lion into his apartment.
Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is this piffle, I ask you?
In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house.
What? Did he hit himself? Or was that a scar? Couldn't see. His fears confirmed, her composure sedated. This detective's methods are severely outdated. They are, and they're most often half wrong.
Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam?
Me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is.
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrett. At Batty Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I've observed the tents. You sold that savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I've made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire.
Okay, what's topic 2? Aftermath, okay.
Now, Mr. Garridib, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast.
Okay, yeah, there's a mark on his face, but we didn't see it very well.
Indeed, and that blithe pose, that distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible.
Your head weighs heavily on your God, I can't English. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage.
Nonsense, man. I simply...
But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of the pain. Is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. If anything, I think it was the maid that was eating up all the food.
Yes, well,
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake. Yeah, but you forget to mention that that noblewoman had her head cut off. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. What teeth marks? Sherlock Holmes, his talents unrequited, his addictions to cocaine obvious, his noble intention misguided. I'm not so sure about the cocaine. Although I guess, yeah, probably for Sherlock Holmes, but this is Herlock Sholmes, and I don't know if he requires any extra stimulation. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Their expressions.
What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garridib. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too.
Oh.
Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realm of common sense as well?
But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garridib and his mate would have been hurt. Or worse.
Ah, that's where you are stuck.
No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. Ha!
I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Miss Usato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
Simply splendid, my good chap. How art thou on this most auspicious of evenings? I'm doing okay. I think you and Bayo would get along well with your 17th century speech.
Oh, what a glorious notion.
Oh right, and I forgot to ask, how are you?
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again.
I had a feeling that was coming.
A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deduction needs. You can do it.
Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe.
Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction.
Okay. Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with a question: what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue.
I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garrett's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yes, something with a very fierce nature.
But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India.
So what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Garrett's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Okay, what if we look at the lion statue? Well, this is the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked out.
Yes, I wonder. Perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion.
I think. That's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet.
I suppose it is a bit of a flight fancy, isn't it?
Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. Okay, what else is there? Oh, what's this? It's been shot. He got... Wait! Oh my god, guys. That maid is his wife. So he's pretending to be rich. Because he doesn't actually have a maid. His maid is his wife. Oh my god. I can't believe it. That's why she can pour hot tea on him and he, like, lets her do it. I studied theater for years, participated in many a play. Unfortunately, my talent had dwindled. Nothing gold can stay. I can't remember the last. I did dabble a little in theater in high school, but like that was only for like 1 year. It was fun though. The Scandal, yeah. I'm not too surprised, but like still, that plot twist got me. What's this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Garrett's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride.
No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
Wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Literally, all you had to do is just take the picture out of the photo frame. What if I look at this? Could you imagine if I called his bride the Beast? I don't think I've read Nothing Gold Can Stay, but Robert Frost, that name does sound familiar.
The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all.
But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form.
I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure.
Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it?
Yes, that's an unusual design.
Looks like some sort of embellished sunflower.
Yeah, she is well endowed. Hey, well then. That's an interesting tidbit. Motor shells. I swear to God, is the bride the answer? Because I'm gonna like cry. These are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them.
I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garrett from his time in the army.
Oh, of course. He mentioned a battle to us before, didn't he?
Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him.
Susato, I'm pretty sure if one of these things hit him in the knee, he wouldn't even have a leg. If a round that size had hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it, or Mr. Garrett for that matter. Mr. Sholmes is a Persian slipper, and this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. I think I have to pick the newlywed bride, because there's nothing else I can look at. And like, this is so funny. This is so funny. I have to call his wife the Beast. I think so. I think so. That is my only option, and this is so hilarious. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try, and I hope that Joan doesn't punch me.
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrett. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. I'm gonna use that for if my arms ever get really buff. It's not look at the circumference of my arms. It's look at the horsepower these babies hold. The shells are active as the primer remains intact. One fall to the floor, and unfortunately that would be a wrap. Really? Because it seems like they dropped one of them already. Because he mentioned how the maid dropped one on his foot the other day. Oh, indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late, the fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garrett. Oh, it's a handprint. He got slapped.
The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
L.
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam?
Me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself.
Well, I don't know about fragile.
Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrett anywhere.
But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrett's wife could be. She's literally right in front of your faces, guys. I used to use motors and 777 cannons. Oh, that's interesting. How was that? There's the teapot, the maid. I don't have anything I can, like, use as reference to compare. I haven't even, like, fired an air gun or anything like that.
What a charming little teapot, and it's in pristine condition. Jonah's been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from it for Mr. Garrett, hasn't she?
I swear to God, this teapot has, like, infinite tea in it or something.
Well, not so much for Mr. Garrett.
For his lap, maybe. As on Mr. Garrett, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it.
Okay, what happens if we... I'm pretty sure the ring is on her finger, but what if we just click on her? Two tightly shut eyes to avoid even the chance of a giveaway glance. Pursed lips to prevent any secrets from slipping out. This woman is a seasoned veteran, huh? Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, this is an unnervingly powerful woman, Miss Usato.
It's your turn of phrase that's unnerving, Mr. Naruhodo.
Can I look at her pocket? No? Okay, but yeah, I can look at that ring on her finger. She's wearing a very large ring. Look.
Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments.
Oh, there's a face on it. I wouldn't enjoy wearing a ring with a face on it.
And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring.
Looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. What is I like? Why are you attacking this woman and her size? I get that she's large, but must you reference it so often?
Not something to think, Mr. Naruhodo. Not to say. Do you know, Mr. Garrett's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It was a large sunflower design as well.
Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Wasn't it before that, like, the ring finger was, like, on the left hand? Like, they wore the wedding rings there because, like, they believed there was, like, what was it, a vein connected to the heart or something like that? But, like, that turned out to, like, not be true, so then, I don't know, it seems like people wear them on either hand on the ring finger these days. But honestly, more often than not, I just see them on the left hand. Okay, we're gonna present the wedding ring.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah!
Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives it you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrett's bride in this photographic print.
In other words, you are no ordinary household maid.
No. You are Mr. Garridib's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garridib herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let yourself go, you might say, but she was the barley corker. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly.
It doesn't seem like Sholmes has a maid either. Maybe he does and we just don't see her, but yeah. You mean Mr. Garridib has his wife? Work as his maid?
Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garridib? Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please.
The raging wife of Mr. Garridib. Love that. Okay, what's the aftermath though? Like, what made her so angry? Like, she destroyed a whole bunch of stuff.
Now, Mr. Garridib.
Oopsies, I didn't mean to do that.
It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm.
Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garridib's wife a beast.
Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable.
But Mrs. Garridib is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he?
Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garridib's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Okay, it's obviously the slap mark on his head, but what can I look at? I can look at his pipe.
That's a very large pipe, isn't it?
That's what she said. Yes, anyone who has something that size hanging out of his or her mouth on a regular basis is sure to have a serious chin like Mr. Garridib's. But what's that white binding around it all about? No way! Did she slap him so hard his pipe broke? That's so funny. Okay. Supporting arm. Can I look at her at all? No. Okay. His slapped cheek, his supporting arm. Okay, I'm gonna look at his supporting arm and then the cheek.
Mr. Garridib certainly looks glum.
According to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, that's because he's having to endure the acute pain of losing something dear to him. But we know that he hasn't lost his wife.
So that means there must be another cause for the pain he's suffering.
Okay, his cheek. Oh dear. Oh my. Look at that bright red mark.
Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand.
Yes, Mr. Garridib has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard.
I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing?
Well, let me tell you, there's a lady in this room and she's got so much horsepower in her arms. I bet she could do that. Well, There's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. Okay, it's his cheek. We're gonna present that.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madam Joan Garridib?
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir.
How the blazes! How did you work that out, man?
Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view.
Well,
Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garridib to fly into a rage. And we need only follow that direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer.
Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder?
Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garridib's wife.
Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing.
Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Also, heads up, we have an ad. We have ads in 5 minutes.
Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
I'd love to know the answer to that question. Okay. His was sharp. Her honor offended, her hand was heavy, his cheek red from the damage inflicted. Do you have a preference in poetry? Like, do you just like freestyle? Okay, what's this bookmark actually? Oh, I see the lipstick.
Oh, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garridib is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark.
Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary.
And look next to the signature here.
Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture.
Don't get any idea, Susato-san.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's what she's upset about. I also don't think I can look at anything else. Oh, stack of books. What's here? There are a lot of books stacked up on the shelf here. Look, all novels that I've never heard of.
It would appear somebody has purchased them all from a second-hand bookshop. I think Mr. Garridib is something of a book lover.
Second-hand bookshop, you say? Also, what are these bills? I want to see.
Looking at all these bills, it certainly amounts to a great deal of food.
Meat and potatoes by the cartload, wasn't it? Well, looking at the two of them, you can tell immediately who eats the lion's share in this household.
Well, at least we're no longer talking about an actual lion anymore.
I'm odd by trait, my speech considered dated. The scheme is a rhyme, no reason related. I don't think I have enough brain cells to comprehend that at the moment. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is what she was upset about.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here.
But I don't know the Bali woman.
You don't know her.
That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there.
It was just in there, you say.
That's right. That's what I've been saying.
A likely story.
Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there.
So the previous... oh, that's for your nosegate. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean?
That's right. That's what I've been saying.
A likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John.
A likely story.
Are you questioning my name now?
And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. I died from a food coma and have now resurrected. How long was I out? Maybe like an hour? Maybe a bit longer? I don't know. You missed out on a great deal of drama, I will say. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Oh no. Oh, there we go. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, Bayo, there's someone here for you to have 17th century conversations with.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Garrett's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. All right, let's see what we can see. Yes. Okay, I think I'll take the time now to run the ads. And then, yeah, another 3 minutes and we'll come back to this. So I will see you guys in a bit. Run those now. Let's see. So I can look at the Tower of Cakes. Oh. My game is lagging a little bit. I think this might be broken. Oh, no, there we go. So I can look at the circus handbill, the Tower of Cakes. Oh no, they look like such good cakes too. Okay, what is this? We have like some sort of pie and tarts. We got chocolate cake. This doesn't really look like a cake. It looks more like a jelly sandwich, if I'm honest. There's the candlestick. Don't think there's anything else we can look at here. What am I nomming on tonight? Oh, I was nomming on winter melon pastries. That reminds me, I'm gonna eat another one. The ones from the supermarket aren't that great. They're like a lot tougher than the ones in the bakery, although I guess because like the bakeries are like freshly made the day of. But yes, I do quite enjoy some winter melon. think this will be my last num of the night. What is it? What is the time? Oh, it's only 10:30. Probably will still be my last num of the night. It's been a long time since I had candied wintermelon. I don't think I've had candied wintermelon. I've mostly had it in the forms of like soup and like pastry. You know what though? Eating this makes me crave mooncake. I think one of the big reasons I like mooncake is not only the taste of like, because I like the taste of like, what is it, lotus seed paste? But also the texture. I really like the texture of mooncake. I'm very basic with my mooncake though. Like I don't like any I don't like anything extra mixed into it. I don't even like the salted yolks they put in there. I always take them out. Because I know sometimes you get the ones where they're like mixed with like nuts and seeds, and I don't like those at all. You can buy them without yolks. Yeah, I know you can. Most of the time, I get mooncakes is when like someone's gifting them. I don't ever go out of my way to buy them because they're kind of expensive. But yeah, I do know you can buy them without the yolks. It's just that the ones we receive as gifts always have yolks in them, or they have like nuts and seeds. Alright. Very sad about this disheveled tower of cakes. Let's look at this circus handbill.
This is an advertising handbill for the circus. Batty Circus. It's in a nearby park.
Isn't this the same as the one we saw earlier? The one that was folded up in Mrs. Garrett's pocket.
Perhaps they're very great circus lovers.
It couldn't be that the Hungry Lion is somehow involved again here, could it?
Oh dear. I do hope not.
Mom used to really like them. They got on a massive discount after the day, 50%. Oh! Maybe I should like put a reminder to like check the stores after like New Year's to see if they go on sale. I can't. Maybe they do, but like I can't imagine that they would because they're like normally sold all year round. But I suppose when like New Year's comes up, maybe they have like a surplus.
Oh, so many cakes.
Is that all you can think about?
Well, look at them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a mountain of them, and they all look so delicious.
It's more of a tower than a mountain, I'd say.
It's a mountain, and it's my hope that one day, in our very homeland, I'll be able to perform the tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain.
It's definitely a tower. I think one of the desserts I've always wanted to try to make is, I don't remember what it was, I don't remember anymore, but it's like, it's also like this tower of pastries. I don't remember what they're called. It's bugging me now that I don't know. But like, I think they're like these like little balls and they like, yeah, cream puff tower. That's what that is. There we go. Yeah. Google knows immediately what I'm talking about when I when I type in pastry tower. Yeah. Yeah, normally cream puffs or macaron towers. Any excuse to eat like a giant pile of pastries is a good reason in my book. back to the game. Cravings are indicative of memories long past, the sensation revisited in hopes that it lasts. Maybe that's one way to think about it. I never actually thought of it like that. Alright, there's this candlestick. It's kind of weird that one of them's missing.
This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it?
The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over.
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Oh, do you think it's like... maybe she knocked it over in a fit of rage, one of the candles came out and like lit the carpet on fire? I don't know.
Yes, I didn't notice that before.
Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? I think it was burnt, right? I think it was burnt. If you... Okay, it won't let me really, but I think that's burnt. I'm pretty sure that's like a burnt. Looks burnt. Oh, can I look at it? Yeah, there's the candle. Okay, yeah, it's the candlestick. The carpet has been ripped to shreds.
Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly.
Well, they must breathe fire then as well. Oh, look here.
What is it?
If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks.
Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all.
Let's rethink this with that in mind. Okay, it's definitely the candlestick then. I don't think there's anything else I can look at. No, okay, we're gonna go and present the candlestick.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. Wait. Her slap was so powerful, the part of the room behind him was destroyed. That's so stupid. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. I mean, maybe you could have taken it as him like stumbling backward, but I want to believe that like the force of her slap, I don't know, the impact caused some sort of like ripple effect that like destroyed the rest of the room. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in the world. And this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. Oh, hello, Gabe. I see you're drunk again. No, there aren't any lightsabers or zombies in this game. I'm playing The Great Ace Attorney. It's basically like a visual novel detective game, is how I would put it. Don't know what those pastry stacking things are called, but I've only seen them in very fancy hotels and for tea. It depends on what pastries are used, but yeah. I've always wanted to eat one. I think it was starting at $50 a person. That sounds like a lot. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Also, I might have misread Gabe. I don't think you meant to imply that you're drunk already, because I had to think about it, and it's Monday. Unless you're getting drunk on a Monday night, which, you know, I'm not one to judge, but visual novel sounds pretty cool, I must admit. I hope the story has been entertaining. It's been fun. This is Herlock Sholmes, and his deductions are partly right for the most part. And then we have to like come in and like fix them up so they make more sense. His initial deduction was that like there was a lion in the room and that's why the room was a mess. There was a beast. Turns out that beast is actually that old man's wife. So yeah, this is the beast.
Mr. Sholmes, sir, I salute you.
Is he okay? Damn, she caught him like that, huh? Yeah, every time they do that, I kind of half expect a fusion as well. I just need to reset my model quickly. She seems to be a beast in and out of the sack. Dear Lord. Did you see the strength of that woman when she, like, struck him?
It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there.
Honestly, I like buying secondhand books. Because not only is it cheaper, I don't know, just because it's cheaper and like I don't particularly care whether or not a book is new or not. I do prefer that it's at least in decent condition, like it's not falling apart, but yeah. Other than that, like secondhand books are great. I used to like buy a whole bunch of books from the library all the time because they were like 25 cents a book or something like that. I have a very unorthodox work schedule, so I can partake in cocktails on peculiar nights. I'm fine though, just buzz, 2 martinis is my limit. Ah. Just enough to have fun. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material.
For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark.
Yeah.
And beast is most certainly an apt.
Here we go again. And the carpet. Was that destroyed by fire when the candle fell to the floor?
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames.
So they couldn't have seen anything outside then. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being.
Oh, can we see?
Over here, Mr. Garrett.
Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
How bad is it? Oh, it's not too bad.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke!
Gosh.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, a book called The Lion's Pride.
I love how it sounds like he's describing a battle scene. He's back in the trenches again.
The Lion's Pride. Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you.
He's stirring his tea with his pipe. Yuck, yeah. And then he puts it back in his mouth. Gyarados reminds me of a character from the Borderlands game. Same art style and attitude. Ooh, which one again? Because the only one I can remotely think of is maybe Handsome Jack, but correct me if I'm wrong. It's not a pipe, it's a straw. That's so cursed. Could you imagine instead of putting something to smoke, he fills it up with tea and then he takes a sip every now and then? That would theoretically work, right? Yeah, I think that would theoretically work. Oh god, that sounds so cursed. Oh, I don't think I read that line. Let me go back.
The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
It's like taking a sip from a teapot? Kind of, yeah.
Oh, really?
I think this is the first time I've seen him take a sip of his tea properly. Oh, they don't want to say anything. Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you?
Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Gyarados' situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
I just knew you were going to say that.
Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not.
That makes no sense to me.
Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
Sorry?
Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over.
Oh no! Is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Gyarados.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Sosuke-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Alright, oh wait, can I look at this? I want to look at this quickly. Oh, a poem, this time about me? I'm not quite sure about my elegance, but thank you. What a miserable sight.
Oh dear,
And at least the whole room wasn't engulfed in flames. Yeah, you know what? I'm quite surprised that like the entire thing didn't go ablaze. I wonder how they managed to put it out.
I suppose so. But my whole collection went up in smoke, you know. All those novels I adored so much.
Well, John, whose fault is that?
Not mine, that's for sure.
Well, whoever may or may not be to blame. I'm quite sure you can buy some new old books to replace them, can't you?
New old books? Bally nonsense.
Does sound like a contradiction in terms, but then those two are full of contradictions.
That's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Or so I've been led to believe.
Alrighty, off to the prison we go. Maybe after, I suppose after this is, it's gonna be the trial. I wanted to come back just to check if the cat came back, but I don't think it did. I clicked on the prison. Why am I out here?
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's haul a carrot. Oh.
What's the matter?
It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garretib's house. I'm screaming inside. Oh my god, I love this. I love this. I know thee not, old man. Falter thy prayers.
Why are you calling an old man, you rum-looking niminy-pimney?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. No way. Wait, what is this? Is this Macbeth or is this Hamlet? I think this is Macbeth, right? I think this is Macbeth. Hold on, I gotta double check. I think it's Macbeth. I always get Macbeth and like Hamlet a little bit mixed up in my brain. It's Hamlet. Okay, it's Hamlet. Yeah. Okay. I think it's because I read both of them pretty close together. Yeah. That I get them mixed up a little bit in my memories. That's the kind of outfit I wear when I've had 3 martinis. Macbeth was far more grim. That's true. This doesn't sound too much like a line from Macbeth.
Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you going on about?
Excuse me.
What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
Yeah, a lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet.
Get thee to a nunnery. This guy's just gonna consistently quote Shakespeare, isn't he? I'm gonna have so much fun with this man. I hope he comes back. Please come back, unnamed man. I need more Shakespeare.
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
I'm having the time of my life right now.
I do hope you're not injured.
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but... Are you a lodger here? In the Garretib residence?
Oh, could this be the guy that lives on the ground floor? I had a great English teacher in 12th grade, so I understood Hamlet, Macbeth. Oh, understood Hamlet. Macbeth was really difficult because the teacher wasn't all that good at explaining what was going on. You know what? I had a really good teacher, yeah, for Macbeth and Hamlet. I liked her so much that I specifically took the literature course because she was the one teaching it. So I did that in addition to English. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. I think that was like one of my favorite classes. One of my core memories from high school. I wonder how she's doing.
O fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
I guess you spent all your money on your clothes then, huh? I can't with his like stupid face, like. Shakespeare was 9th grade for me. I think for me it was like every year there was a Shakespeare play. I did at least one Shakespeare every year, I think. An enthusiastic and helpful English lit teacher is really great. Yeah. She was like one of my favorite teachers, loved her so much. Mr. Garrett mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the 1st floor?
Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist of my battle of words now could there be.
You know what? I can see how they're a match. Sorry? Battle, did you say?
Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night.
Oh, that seems like it would be a fun debate. I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least.
So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
I love him so much. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Sosuke-san and that man as lodgers, the Garrett house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. I don't remember which play I read in which grade, but like I remember the ones I did were, what was it? Midnight Summer's Dream, that one I remember. Romeo and Juliet. What were the other ones? There was Hamlet and there was Macbeth. And then what was that other one I did? I gotta Google because my brain cannot remember. It's Othello. That was the other one. Yeah, Othello. And I think that was all the Shakespeare stuff I did. Person who really taught me how to write was my history professor, American history. A lot of hand-holding on how to write a history essay. Oh. My memory is also really terrible, but like I don't ever really remembering how to like write an essay really. I was like taught the structure and like how to outline, but like not really how to like write a good essay, so to speak, really. My school didn't offer advanced literary coverage. I read To Kill a Mockingbird and War and Peace. Yeah, other than like the regular English courses, I think there was like one literature course offered, and then that was about it. It's you. You're here. You came. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back! Oh, I missed his last line. Because I also squeezed my eyes shut when I yelled that. I'm so touched!
We're so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh no, they think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese. Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. Is that Sholmes? I'm guessing. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Ah, it is him! It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Haven't you heard, Sholmes? The power of friendship can defeat anything. Even, like, demons and world bosses. As long as you have the power of friendship, anything is possible. Friendship is magic, as the ponies say. Such is my belief, at least. You know, I tried to watch My Little Pony. I think I maybe managed to finish a season and then I didn't, like, continue. Ah, oh, it's you. The miserable, rotten spy, hair-locked Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I like how when someone curses him, he takes the effort to, like, pose. That's such a that's such a boss move. I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah! You! How dare you, hairlock Sholmes! I can almost hear him breathing. Oh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life has been damned.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. Maybe he doesn't know that the cat exists. And there is much truth in Mr. Moustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Okay, let me just catch up on the chat a little bit. Read a lot on my own. I had all my graduation credits by mid-junior year. 3 of my classes were spent as an aide for the school library. I always forget that, like, some people can, like, choose to graduate early. I only knew one person who did that. And then I think she went off to some performing arts school. I could be wrong. I don't quite remember where she went off to. But, like, yeah, I remember she graduated early. There's too much Dragon Ball references. This game has to be inspired by it. Maybe. I'm an old dude now, but a few years ago I decided to reread all the books I was supposed to read in high school but never bothered to at the time. Yeah, whenever, like, they give you a book to read for, like, as an assignment, I don't know, it's just, it's always, like, difficult for me to read a little bit because I know it's for work and not for, like, because I want to read it. Some great books I wish I had read back then, 1984. Oh, that was one book that I didn't read, but, like, some other classes did. The Stranger, Catcher in the Rye, Animal Farm. I remember reading that. That one was... That one made me quite sad, if I'm honest. That one made me quite sad. Old Man in the Sea. I think Old Man in the Sea and The Stranger are the only two I don't recognize. Old Man in the Sea was good. Another one I recommend is The Most Dangerous Game. Ooh, that one sounds like fun. I read Art of War during my time in service. I've heard of that, but I don't think I've read it myself. Okay, I think I can ask him. 1984 9th grade, Animal Farm 9th grade, Catch in the Rye 11th. I think instead of 1984, I read, it was some other book written by that author. I don't remember the name of it anymore. It was like, I don't remember anymore. And it was like, yeah, I don't remember the title. I kind of remember what it was about. Maybe it wasn't by the same author, actually. Oh, that's what it was. Brave New World. Who wrote that? I don't remember. Okay, no, it was written by somebody else. But yeah, instead of like 1984, my class read Brave New World. That one was a doozy. Okay, let's ask him about the trial. Mr. Natsme, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it succinctly. It's 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Oh, was it? I wasn't even counting.
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did.
What? Old Man was quite thrilling after I finally read it for real. I was annoyed with myself for skipping it in school. I wanted to kick myself. There's always like, yeah, it always feels different going back to a book once you don't have to like, once you know you don't have to read it for like grades or like write an essay about it. I've assigned Harry Potter to middle schoolers, works wonders. Those who hated reading couldn't get enough and suddenly couldn't stop reading. I think I have the entire, at least like, yeah, the entire Harry Potter collection. Not the entire, but like what I mean by that is like books 1 through 7. I don't have any of the ones after that, but yeah. It was like some Costco set and I was like, yeah, why not? And so I got it. I have a few books on my Amazon wishlist that I was supposed to read in high school. I still have Great Gatsby and A Separate Piece left, and I'm sure I'll love them. You? I don't have anything on like my wish list or like to read list, but what was it? But yeah, I don't know. I mostly enjoy reading mysteries. Let's see, what was the last thing I opened? I mean, right now I'm like slowly chipping away through like the Harry Potter books because I haven't read the actual books. I've only seen the movies. But like last I checked, I was reading some Agatha Christie. I was also reading Benjamin Stevenson. I mentioned it before, but like Everyone in My Family Has Killed Someone. Nice book, liked that very much. Although I'm kind of stingy, and so I don't like nowadays, well, first of all, I can't buy physical books because I don't have the space for them. My like bookshelf is already bursting and I don't have space for any more. And I don't want to like, why buy something when you know it exists somewhere on the internet for free is all I'm gonna say. Yeah, I mean, you can buy it to like support the author, but I'm sure they'll be fine. I've read Harry Potter books several times, like 3 times each, so well written. She's a really talented writer. I think I'm on what am I on? I think I'm on Chamber of Secrets. That's the book I'm on. That's the one I'm on right now.
Ah, I am impressed, Miss Usato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself.
Oh no, he couldn't have. Surely.
You have some wonderful notions.
Sorry? This poor man is so stressed out and we're not helping at all.
The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me?
It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
What on earth do you mean by that? Libraries are a thing, but I'm lazy. I can just go find a PDF online. Harry Potter's imaginative retelling of Star Wars. Maybe. I'll have to come back to that once I finish reading them. I've done it 20 times each at least. I was a big fan. I went book hunting the day new ones were published. Do you have multiple copies then of each of the books? Yeah, but then you know what? Libraries require me to go out and walk to the library and come back. And then I have to remember to return it before the deadline. Otherwise, I have to pay money because I forgot. And then returning them also requires me to leave the house to walk to the library. So I don't want to do that. I can just stay at home. I can just read them on my pewter. Okay, let's ask him about the Reaper. Stick with those Harry Potter books, they're far superior to the movies. Think of the movies as just supplements to the books. Yeah, I didn't realize how many differences there are in the movie as opposed to the books. Because I'll read something in the book and I'll be like, that did not happen in the movies. And that they like changed this or they removed that. We're talking Harry Potter? Yeah, a little bit. Mom didn't like me buying books. She was like, library's free. Well, joke's on your mom. I went to the library and I still bought books because the library sells like their used copies sometimes. Of course, you don't really get like a choice of what they put on sale, but still, sometimes you get lucky and you find something you recognize or enjoy.
Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London, courts of law. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception.
That's good. Sosuke-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy.
As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view.
I'm glad that they decided to implement a jury system in this game. Maybe that was something they always wanted to do but never like got around to because of, you know, maybe time constraints and whatnot. Although to be fair, I don't think this game will have like cyclocks, so there's some trade-offs for the mechanics. Library just gives them away. They didn't sell the used books. Really? All the libraries I've been to, they sell their books.
However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated.
Right.
Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, retrieving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of the irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly is, from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation.
And that's all right?
However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking.
Disappear? But how?
Ah, by all manners of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen.
Oh, no.
All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo.
I knew it. I'm a dead, total, done for, doomed! Okay, cursed lodgings. When you said accursed lodgings before, you're referring to your room at Mr. Garrett's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. He developed agoraphobia, basically. Also, I need to reset my model again. She keeps looking the wrong way every so often. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops! He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. Do you mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. That is the cat sitting on his face or his chest. I swear to God, that is the cat sitting on him, and he thinks he's being choked. I'm calling it right now. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone Just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. Press X to believe. I'm assuming you meant to type sleep. Does your dog go sleep with you and on YouTube? No, they do not. Sometimes they like to lie on me though, but they're really big. And so they can only fit their heads in my lap. Otherwise, it just doesn't work out very well. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me, Mr. NekoKeno. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see. Yes, you mean. Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with a victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what it is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. NekoKeno Esquire. Whether or not I can believe in myself. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You are so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there?
Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student Mr. NekoKeno Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial. What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
My instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to trust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. The thing is, if Natsume can debate with with the other lodger over whether Hamlet or Macbeth is stronger, wouldn't his English be kind of decent then? Although I guess it was because he panicked when the police came. Maybe that has a part to play in it. I was looking at silverware and silversmiths last night. I want to commission a set. I didn't know that they were handcrafted. I thought they were casted. Yeah, it seems like more often than not they're handcrafted. I'm assuming that makes them more expensive though. We merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Also, heads up, we have ads in 5 minutes. Miss Susato.
Yes?
Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant.
The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. It's time to but it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me. And Mr. Shones believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Sosuke-san has no one else. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. To be continued? To be continued. Okay, we will save. I think I'm gonna run the ads after I save, and then I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Other than getting silverware that has lightsabers or zombies inscribed on them, why commission a custom set? Werewolves? Damn, I don't know where you're living, Bayo, that you have to be careful of werewolves. Which one? I need to save over this one. I can also have my own crest on them. Have you designed a crest, Bayo, to like put on your silverware? Okay, I will save there. And I'm not gonna go back because of that. I think that's gonna like trigger the next part of the game. So I'm gonna run the ads now. I'll see you in a bit, and I'm gonna go take a break in the bathroom, and maybe you guys will as well. Don't forget to wash your thumbs. Everyone forgets to wash their thumbs. Don't worry, I wash my hands. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Alright, I am back. We still have 2 minutes maybe. I was hoping it would cool down throughout the night, but I think the temperature in my room went up. That is unfortunate. I have a painting that grandfather painted on the night of my birth. It would make a wonderful crest. Ooh, do it. Why not? Because I'm sure that silverware is going to last for a long time. Maybe a lifetime. I don't know. How long does silverware last for? But in any case, yeah, I imagine it would last quite a while. Potentially become a family heirloom. Pass down your crested silverware. Yeah, generations. Ugh. I'm looking at the weather. And it's just gonna keep getting hotter, and I'm going to melt into a puddle. Okay. I will probably stream for another hour, maybe hour and a half, we'll see. And then call it a night. You know what? No, I think I'll stream for another hour and then cut myself off. Because I need to force myself to go to bed earlier. Because now that I have like a week left before my flight, I have just a lot of stuff I need to make sure is ready. Oh, are the ads done? Supposedly they're done if people are talking. They get passed down. I didn't know how much labor was involved. Yeah, there's a surprise. I didn't realize how much labor was involved as well to like handcraft like silverware or like knives. Knives is what I mostly see people get handmade. Are there other games you're interested in streaming? Baldur's Gate 3 is very popular at the moment. I do eventually want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if I'll stream it, and I don't think I'll play it for a while because I want to finish Divinity 2 before I do that. The problem is as well is that like if I were to stream something that's like really popular, I get kind of buried in the discovery list thing. And if I wait until the hype has died down, I'm not sure if people would still want to watch it, but we'll see. I can tell you left this game since you're playing on a Monday. The day has no particular relation to how much I like a game. It's just that my schedule this week is a little different because I have like lots of things to do before my flight on Saturday. I still need to finish packing. I haven't finished packing yet. The ads only last about 2 seconds for me. Well, that's good for you, I suppose. I can never tell because whenever I run the ads, it just gives me a timer for 3 minutes, so I can't really tell when the ads are actually finished or not. I recently finished Wrath of the Righteous. Is that another book? I have a feeling that Baldur's Gate 3 is going to die off really fast. Seems very slow-paced. I haven't seen the gameplay of it, but like, if it's anything similar to like Divinity 2, it takes a while. It takes a while, especially if you want to like explore a lot. And like there's often like quests will have like multiple options and like ways to get them finished. Based on D&D 3.5 rules. But yeah, I don't know how long it would take to like finish Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I guess the main story in any case. Alright, we're back in court. Wow, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon?
We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but For the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it would be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning! I'm assuming that's him. Yeah.
Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. I can't remember the last time I was so excited I couldn't sleep. Like, I actually cannot recall. Do you guys have a moment where, like, you were so excited or worried you couldn't sleep? I don't think I've had that. Like, I've always ended up falling asleep. I don't know. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. He's kind of contradicting himself, though, because he is trembling. Longest I've gone was 5 days with no sleep. Would highly not recommend. Oh my god, how are you still alive? I think the longest I've gone with no sleep was just like 1 day, and even then I was like dying. I don't actually recall how long somebody can go without sleep before they die. I don't remember. I don't remember what the number was, but yeah. I don't know how you managed to do 5 days. Was it like something was there something you had to do that you had to stay awake for so long? Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this! I can't take it! Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I got a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. I wonder if the jurors are going to be the same people. Because, like, as much as I love the jury system, I don't know if they would go so far as to make a new jury every time. But we'll see. We'll see. What an odd feeling that must be to be at death's door simply from lack of sleep. Honestly, yeah. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? I wonder if the person he stabbed was like really famous or something. Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Miss Susato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact. Until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? A trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper in the Bailey Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder. And that's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers.
Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us.
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we also forget the fact that it can spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you.
Me? Well, I suppose that's true.
Both times it's you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper.
Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that. My encampment was attacked on and off with motor fire and small arms fire. Most of us didn't sleep until we had an evac. Side effects, mild and severe hallucinations, hearing things, full body shakes, and severe loss of appetite. I am already paranoid with like a few hours of lack of sleep. I can't imagine 5 days. That would be terrible. But yeah, that does not sound fun at all. I don't think anyone would willingly choose to stay up for that long. I slept for 19 hours straight. Good for you. I would like sleep for a very long time after that as well. I think at that point you would basically just like pass out into a coma. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? I'm the least lucky lawyer alive.
Hey, don't call me that.
Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills. Or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we'll always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotopa Esquires. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live.
Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
Maybe I need to reset my tracking. Here we go. All right then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Oh, it's different, but they did reuse some characters. Makes sense, though. Makes sense.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Sorry, what?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur.
Do you have a point?
Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san.
After all, in our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Yes, to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end.
Thank you, counsel. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
I've never known when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow.
I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed.
Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from the same land, a certain Mr. Sersky Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime. I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray forgive me the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh, Gregson's going on the stand. Okay. Incidentally, you learn more about yourself the longer you go without sleep. I kept notes on my experience during that time, and it seems surreal. Do the notes make sense at all? I can imagine that at some point it just looks like perhaps maybe nonsense scribbled on paper.
Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
Oh my goodness. She is very rotund, isn't she? Her name is Olive Green, too?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be.
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose. I see. But your life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map.
Towards the end, no, it was more gibberish. I did manage to draw several images. Oh! Do the images resemble anything?
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing, as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Oh, a switchblade knife. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even the scragged-looking Sasuke-san, I suppose.
A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence.
Oh, it's called a jackknife.
Now then, what do we know? The motive? Money or valuables, I presume.
Well, we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions. Seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord.
I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim?
I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Nutsmade, didn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Nutsmade possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Well, that's new. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery.
I bet you somebody tried to catch that. You know how sometimes, like, baseball players will, like, throw balls into, like, the audience? Same thing.
But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir.
I keep a diary specifically to guide me should my mind become compromised. I believe everyone should do it in case your memories fail/betray you. That sounds potentially like a good idea for me, as someone who constantly forgets things.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Old books, you say?
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Oh, wow.
Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it.
What are you doing, Miss Usato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened.
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified, had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
Oh, he went a little British there by accident.
A greedy overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing.
Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I can feel myself getting a little sleepy. I think it's a little bit because of the heat. But like, I'm starting to like get that feeling where my eyes glaze over ever so slightly as I'm reading. Okay. 5 o'clock when the incident occurred, and there's unusually like, we'll just press everything again. A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. One of my favorite drinks is the London fog.
How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. Yeah, stop, look both ways before you cross.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Strained eyes lead to neurological complications. Best you take something now before it fully manifests. I think I'm okay. It's not a strained eye thing, it's like I'm getting sleepy.
Hold it!
I think it's because I didn't nap today. And so, yeah, I'm feeling a little sleepy. How are you able to state that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to this crime have told us.
Ah, yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Oh, God. Thank you for waking me up with milk. It is so uncomfortably warm in my room. Oh my goodness. You know, one thing I'm worried about because it's so warm? The fish tank. The fish tank is quite warm, and I'm keeping an eye on it, but like, I'm a little concerned with how like warm it's getting. Oh, thank you for cooling me off. You know what? I don't have a spray bottle. I think I had one before, but I don't remember where it went. I should get it. I should find it. And then like, spray myself down when I get a little too warm.
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, madam.
And then we must hear their testimony.
The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. That's true. As much as I love winter, it makes me sad how early the sun sets. It gets dark so quickly. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Right, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Give me a second. I really need to fix why I'm facing the wrong direction. Okay, out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. From behind, you say?
That's right, as you can see from this print.
Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition.
A shame. I think I accidentally did autoplay.
I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at Bart's.
Yeah, I must have accidentally hit autoplay.
I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't meant to be.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Okay, accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Mr. Natsume's belongings.
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor.
Oh, yes, the 3 books on the floor.
That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means... His other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back?
That must be what happened, my lord. Yes.
Okay. He's on his way from a bookshop, it seems. The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter for scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Oh, Bourbon Books. Huh. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearsham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo. I think that's what the inspector just told us.
Oh,
I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the location? The crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop.
I couldn't agree more.
So, where is it exactly?
Yeah? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. I got the map out and everything. Used red bloomin' ink and drew the bloke's route on home for you.
And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along counsel.
Oh, yes, of course. I've been so nervous I didn't take it in.
The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend.
No, not yet. The trial's only just begun after all.
Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage.
Yes, miss. At once, miss. Sorry I made a mistake, miss.
Inspector, continue with your testimony, please.
So it was one of the other two options. Let me look at my court record. Armband, local map. Let's examine that. Okay, that's his lodgings. That's where she died, and then that's the book. Maybe it's the crime photo. Hold on. Secondhand book receipt. Okay. The sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gaboreau, and Canterbury yearnings. Oh, Canterbury yearnings. Okay. Is this a case file? Okay, incident report, details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location, pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. And then additional notes, the victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was deemed successfully arrested the following day. Okay. it's not this. I think it's the crime scene photo. Maybe it's the contents of the, Let me examine this knife, though. East side. Can I take this out? Oh, the tip is missing. I guess it went into her back?
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. Small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Miss Usato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
That sounds so terrifying to know that there's like the tip of like the knife embedded in your body somewhere. I wonder what would be worse, the tip of a blade or like a bullet. I don't think there's anything else I can really look at here. Does this just Okay, that just closes it again. Well, I can't read the titles of the books. Just had to look at the court record. Okay, maybe I have to go back and press him. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. I think this was the one I was pressing. Okay, let me skip. I'll try picking the book option. So much I must skip just to reach this part. Maybe I should just save. Let me just save because I can't be bothered to go through all that again. The bookshop stock? I often think, Inspector, that what really makes for a good bookshop is the quality of the books that they stock.
Yes, I think I'd agree with that.
For example, you go to a shop and buy a serialized set of novels. But when you return home, you find to your horror that the third volume is missing.
Doesn't bear thinking about, just the sort of thing that really gets my goat.
Exactly! That is the point I was trying to make.
Well, now that you two have found common ground in that fascinating scenario, perhaps we might continue with the cross-examination. You're quite finished, my learned Nipponese friend.
Yes. Wait, what just happened?
What just happened, Mr. Naruhodo? Was that you allowed yourself to be sidetracked? I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage.
Okay, so I guess it was the name of the bookshop. Oh, maybe that's not No, he goes to a different bookshop. Holmes mentioned it. Holmes mentioned some other name. It wasn't Bourbon Books. It was like Your or something, like Your Books or whatever. Yeah, Your Books. Ooh! Okay, I got it now. I got it. The synapses have fired in my brain. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue.
Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your statement accordingly, Inspector.
Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? Hey, from Bourbon Books. Well, let me show you a little contradiction. Say hello to my little friend.
Objection.
if I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsmay's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you know that in the accused's room. And you found that in the accused's room.
God, why can't I English?
Accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. What does that mean, your? Oh, my tracking is all wonky. You know what, actually, I'm going to reset the app. Yes, my lord. Mr. Natsmay did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Eh? What?
Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Oh God, why did I go country a little bit?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that. Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all,
We have the street map here, if that might be of help.
oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Would that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said?
Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. That third juror just feels like a reused ladies first. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is... It's just here on the other corner of Meersham Street, going east.
Oh, then the most logical conclusion would be to go And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh.
My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus.
Oh, you put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you.
I, didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Unless he took the other route. To be fair, he did say that he like passed by the lady, so he must have taken that route.
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say? Hey, I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
She's absolutely right.
You must think. You must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Sosuke-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... I mean, I have to raise an objection, otherwise I lose. But I'll save just in case, because I'm a little bit of a weenie. Oh, I already saved. Why did I click that again? The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. I wonder which route is shorter, or if they're both the same. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection.
The thing is, the defendant himself has already mentioned that he passed by the victim.
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round.
Is it really?
On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Oh, well,
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection.
she was still walking when he found her? Yep. And apparently right when he was about to, like, pass by her, she was stabbed. You clip that? But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. Which he's gonna say he took the short way home.
I have already informed the court of the accuser's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
Do you guys ever do that? Like, you go to a place so often you just walk on autopilot? That was me in school. Walking to school was just autopilot for me. I don't believe this.
I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightfully, jurors?
But even if that's the case, the defense still...
I agree with Lord Van Zieks, wholeheartedly and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean?
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Damn.
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo.
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of the quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So, I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. What is quilty? What that says? Yeah, quilty, what is that?
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley.
Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Okay, I think this is a good time where we're gonna cut it off. We're gonna end the stream here. We're gonna save here. Oh man, you guys aren't gonna find out what happens for like 2 to 3 weeks. That is torture for both you and me. So sad. When the jury writes sloppily quilty. Okay, that's saved. Is anybody streaming right now? Let me see. Not really. If you guys have someone for me to raid, do send in any suggestions. Although, let's see, is anybody streaming this right now? Because most of the people I normally raid around this time of the night don't seem to be streaming on Monday. Oh my god, I haven't raided her in a while. I'm so scared. She has so many more people than me. Let's see. I mean, yeah, sure. Why not? It's my second last stream before vacation after all. The worst that could happen is that I stress about this for like the next 2 weeks or the rest of my life. Let's just start the raid. Okay. So next stream is Thursday, and then that one's gonna be the last one before vacation. And then yeah, after that, no streams for like 2 to 3 weeks. Bring us back a French painting? I'll try. I don't know what there is for me to buy, so we'll see. I'm hoping that I brought enough to like buy enough souvenirs for all my friends and stuff. But yes, I'll probably take lots of pictures of cows, so probably expect lots of pictures of cows. Or you can paint us the Starry Night. I'm not that talented. I can try. Oh my god, you know one of the things I want to do? Credit cards? Yeah, I do have a credit card. I want to try not to use it though. You know what's a good stream idea that I want to do one day? Following a Bob Ross tutorial. That is going to be so catastrophic, but I want to try it. Just doing like a Bob Ross tutorial. That would require me to buy paints that I will never use ever again afterwards though, so I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe I won't do that. Oh no, yeah, the raid. Very soon. Okay. Happy little trees? Yeah. Okay, thank you guys for coming by and keeping me company. It's been fun. I'll see you guys the next time I see you. And I'm gonna go start the raid now. So I'll see you there. I hope you guys have a good day.